Folks, gay marriage is a slippery slope. And not just because of the lube involved in you know what. The majority of Americans realized this in the GOP primaries when Santora came from behind. Gay marriage is the first step to polygamy. And that's why Mitt Romney came out against it. And he would know about polygamy. It's a stepping stone to bestiality. How else do you explain Mitt Romney's relationship to his horse, Rafalka? Before you know it, there's going to be gay bestiality polygamy. And we'll be getting it on with multiple male horses. And let's think to the future. In the future, robosexual marriage. Siri, you think Siri is cute now? What happens when Siri gets pregnant? I have good news for Christians. Birth control abortion is just a control Z away. Point out that Siri also has a male voice version. You know what this means? There's going to be gay robosexual marriage in the future. And right now, people like Anthony Weiner, they have pornographic pictures of their. People like Anthony Weiner have pornographic pictures of their thing on their phone. Now they're going to have pornographic pictures with their phone. Society will be completely destroyed in the future, just like it did when we legalized interracial marriage.
After I just heard that is I think that has to do with your own moral issues than what we're talking about right now. So I'll get to the other speakers. I want to clarify the definition of marriage. Marriage, yes, is about love, but it's also about security and finance. And imagine not being able to see your partner in the hospital. If they got in a tragic accident and on their deathbed, you would not be able to see them in their final days because it's either you can either see them if you're married to them or if you're related to them. Second, I know homosexual marriage is not traditional, but in the Bible, women did not have any rights. Race did not have any rights. We are changing with the times. We are becoming more accepted. And I think we should change this too. Polygamy. With that, I do not see anything wrong with polygamy. Yes. It's a financial situation that has to do with with people's cultures. I mean, I would not be involved with polygamy, but we have to learn to be tolerant of other people's beliefs and cultures. That's what America is about. We're ethnically diverse, so why shouldn't we be accepting of homosexuals or polygamists? And that has to do with Christian beliefs too. And I absorb my time to question.
Speak you're aware that homosexuality is not a culture.
I wasn't saying that it was, with all due respect. I'm just saying that as we're becoming more diverse to other people, we should really think about how other people are, because you really can't help being homosexual. In my opinion, you're born that way. Not to quote Lady Gaga.
Okay, well, I agree with the fact that homosexuality shouldn't be a reason why they should not get married. But how does polygamy even relate to homosexual marriage if it's still between one person and between two people? Doesn't that defy the sanctity of marriage?
Well, because this debate is about the definition of, that marriage is a definition, man and woman, and not man, woman, woman. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that we should be tolerant of other people and what they believe is right, because polygamy is a financial situation. It's not about love, to be honest. Thank you.
I don't think that the government should be allowed to make a law regarding the sanctity of something that is purely religious. Marriage, as my colleague was saying before, is not, she said that it was financial. I don't believe that it's financial whatsoever. Marriage is about love, it's about emotion, it is about religion. That's what it was based off of. And since the beginning of time, it has been between a man and a woman. And I just don't think that changing the definition of that will change the stigma that they were previously saying that is attached to it. It's always going to be between, the stigma will always be between a man and a woman. And it has also been said that she touched on that you cannot, if you are a homosexual, even if you are in a civil union, if your partner, when you are in a civil union, is in the hospital, you can go and see them. You have all of the same rights as a marriage. It is purely a matter of title. It is not, doesn't have anything to do with right. Marriage is a title that is given between a man and a woman. And I also wanted to touch on how marriage is a sacrament believed in many Catholic religions, and it's something that is sacred. It's not something that is financial or has anything to do with social needs. It is a sacred, it's a sacrament as believed to most Catholics. And also, if marriage is to legally pass, gay marriage is to legally pass, churches that don't accept it will be taxed immensely because it's a law, so they have to do it. And I'm Mormon, so I know when Prop 8 was in California, if our church, if it was to pass, our church was to be taxed so much because we weren't going to accept it. So I think that marriage should be between a man and a woman because it is not anything that is logistical. It is an emotion and it is love and sacred. And I yield my questions.
You said that marriage means both people religious, and so what about the people who are not religious? And we should have the same rights. Should atheists have children in their form of civil union?
I don't believe they should. I misspoke. It is a religious thing, but if you're not religious, you should still be allowed to be married. But it was founded on religious values. That is what I'm trying to say.
So first off, I'd like to start off this debate by saying, a lot of people have gone up here and said, you know, it's ruining the sanctity of marriage, blah, blah, blah. But the thing that I still can't get over is it's not affecting you. That gay couple who gets married in Massachusetts does not affect you in any way, shape, or form. And the thing I don't understand about the other side is they're so worried about what gay people are doing. Mind your own business. You have the freedom of religion, but that does not mean you have the freedom to impose it upon other people. I heard that somebody just said most gay marriages end within a year. That is a lie. Okay? Less than 5% of all gay marriages end earlier than 20 years. 20 years, okay? Most gay marriages last more than 20 years. And the second thing is that I also heard somebody say that, oh, churches, they'd be forced to perform gay marriages. That is a lie. And the final thing that I'd like to bring up is that, has anybody here read The Sneetches on the Beaches by Dr. Seuss? So basically what you're going to have is that, okay, yes, these people will be married and everything, then you'll have the people in the civil unions. It's kind of like the Sneetches on the Beaches. You have a second-class citizen right there by saying, oh, you know, I'm gay, so I can only be have a civil union. But the gay people, no, gay people have to have a civil union, and straight people, they have to have a marriage. That's a distinction right there. Just that title is a distinction. No matter what rights you have, the title itself is a distinction. And the final thing is that I'm here that the point of marriage is like to build a family, it's to like have love, relationships, and he's like be religious to some extent. I'm religious. Well, first off, I'd like to say that Reformed Jews are actually okay with gay marriage. So if we're going to talk about how marriages don't allow it, religions don't allow it, well, actually Reformed Jews do. I also imagine that there are other religions out there too that do allow gay marriage. And the second thing is if we're talking about raising a family, this is really personal for me actually because I'd like to point out that I'm actually the son of two dads. Not anyone in this room would have seen that coming. No one saw that coming. No one saw that coming because gay marriage is no different than straight marriage.
That was beautiful. Some points came up that I'd like to talk about. One thing I'd like to clarify is that being gay is not a decision. It is a natural part of a person. Just want to clarify that. Adoption. When people say that one of the most basic elements of marriage is to form a family, that's a true thing in some cases. But when two straight people have sex and a child is produced that they can't take care of or won't take care of, it goes to an orphanage usually, where a gay couple who would love it, raise it, and take care of it exactly how it needs to be taken care of, could find it and just take care of them. And they could get the care and the love that they would have missed out on if they didn't have gay parents. Which is why it is not a question of religion. It is not a question of anything like that. It's a question of the definition of marriage. And marriage should be defined to let anybody who wants to get married, any two people who want to get married, should be able to get married. Thank you.
The remainder of my time, just showed to Elizabeth Volga.
You're speaking pro, right?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I actually wanted to say some stuff anyway. I actually have points, don't worry. So what most people seem to be missing is this is not a debate on gay marriage or civil union. It's a debate on the definition of marriage. So when people are saying, I support gay marriage, I do support gay marriage. I mean, Colin made some great points about what that may be. But since this is a debate about the definition, pretty much most of what they said, I stopped listening after a while, to be quite honest. No, because it was all about gay marriage, not about the definition. Okay, you'll notice my second.
All right, I'll make this quick. People have said that gay marriage is a civil rights issue. It is not. If you are gay, there is not a separate drinking fountain for you. There are not organizations out there that are putting burning crosses on your lawn just because you are gay. There were not gay schools. There are not separate gay public places for them to go to stay away from the straight people. I hear people saying, oh, we need to be tolerant. If you're a gay person in a Middle Eastern country, guess what? You're stoned in the streets. You want tolerance? This is one of the most tolerant countries in the Western Hemisphere. I hear about desegregation. This is not an issue of segregation. You do not have people where no gays are allowed there. There are gay bars, but straight people are allowed in there. That's different. Civil unions, I agree, civil unions need to change. I feel that they should have the same rights as a marriage. But the fact of the matter is, marriage is between a man and a woman. And I yield my time to questions. Oh, time to share.
Alright, now we're going to vote. So, the resolution reads that marriage be legally defined as a union between one man and one woman. All in favor, please stand. And stay standing for voting Alright, well, all opposed, please stand.
They start, hit this. Okay.
The Supreme Court justices should have limited terms. For the proponency, we have Haruka Hattori, and for the opponency, we have Nicole No. And timekeeper.
Thank you.
All right. So the chair will now recognize a 6-minute speech from the proponency.
Alright, hi, my name is Haruka Hattori. I'm from University High School, and I just decided to be a proponency like 2 seconds ago, so sorry if some of what I said does not make sense. But, okay, so this past summer, I took a constitutional law class. So I learned a lot about the Supreme Court during this class. And so from basically what I learned, because I really didn't know anything about the Supreme Court coming into it, I was so shocked about how much power that the Supreme Court actually has. Like, you don't really notice what the Supreme Court does because, I mean, for people who don't follow the Supreme Court, their decisions doesn't really, like, affect their lives personally, right? So I don't know if you guys know about Citizens United and the ruling based on that, but that has a lot to do with PACs and the political system and what we had to experience during the political campaign. But those kinds of decisions that are made by the Supreme Court justices, basically because they're interpreting the Constitution, what they say, what the precedent that they set is basically almost at the same level as the Constitution. So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, right? So whatever the Supreme Court justices say basically goes. So the issue is that the Supreme Court justices are appointed by the president. So one of the major things for the recent election was that the fact that if Mitt Romney was elected, that he would be able to appoint several of the Supreme Court justices because at this point there are I think about 3 or 4 Supreme Court justices who are at the age that they would normally retire. And so if Mitt Romney were to be the person who appointed these Supreme Court justices, there could be an imbalance within the Supreme Court. At this point there is pretty good balance right now. There's half of the people are, liberal, and then half of the people are pretty conservative, and then there's just 1 or 2 people in the middle who are the swing votes who, are pretty much the deciding factors. But overall, it's pretty even in the Supreme Court right now. But if that becomes unbalanced, what we can really see is even with abortion, Roe versus Wade, we can see that overturned by any one case that they take on, because one precedent that they set pretty much overrides everything else that they have said previously, regardless of whether they repeal any other decisions that the Supreme Court has made. So there's one issue with that is that some rulings from the Supreme Court, previous rulings, conflict with current rulings by the Supreme Court. And so a lot of lower courts who are supposed to make decisions based on Supreme Court rulings don't know what to choose because they are conflicted between several different cases. And a lot of I don't know if you guys know anything about mock trial and pre-trial, but pre-trial is what argues those issues. So when we have all of these problems with the Supreme Court because there's too much issues with if the Supreme Court becomes unbalanced, and we all know that Supreme Court justices have life terms, there's really not much we can do until somebody retires. And when we have an instance like that, there's really not much we can do to change anything. So if we have a shorter term for these Supreme Court justices, it'll allow us to make changes. If some Supreme Court justices we find out are too extreme or completely unwilling to work with other people, I don't know, whatever the issue may be, if they have shorter terms, we will be able to change that. And at this point, we don't have that ability. One of the biggest things that when the Constitution was supposed to be ratified, one of the biggest issues was with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was going to have a lot of power and people were worried about that. And so with this resolution, I urge you guys to pass it because if we are able to shorten the amount of time that Supreme Court justices, their terms, if we can shorten that, at least we'll have a little bit more control over the Supreme Court and their rulings. So I give the rest of my time to questions. Yeah. Any questions? All right.
No further questions. The chair will talk the rest of the time. All right. The chair will now recognize a 6-minute speech from the opponency.
I don't think it's a really small room, so I don't think any of the microphones work. But, okay. So the resolution reads that the Supreme Court justices should have limited terms. Now, I agree that having a new person coming in every so often to the Supreme Court is great because they come in with fresh new ideas. And that's what we need in the Supreme Court. But in order for this to happen, we don't need limited terms for all the justices. The average length of a justice is 16 years. And when you think about it, it's not really that long of a time. And the longest justice that has ever served on the Supreme Court is 34 years. And all these statistics are taken from the actual Supreme Court website. And okay, so justices don't need limited terms because they're extremely old. Because they know what they're doing. They're very educated. They go to all these prestigious colleges. And the oldest justice was 65 years old. I don't know about you, but my grandmas and grandpas who are 65 years old are fully capable of thinking logically. It's when they get to about 80, that's when stuff goes down and we don't need them in the Supreme Court anymore. The reason why the Founding Fathers wanted this was because they thought the justices would be less susceptible to political concerns. So going out into the world and doing all of these different things, they're not going to be able to fully think things through about the Constitution when they're deciding on the court case. Now, the reason why Supreme Court justices have their jobs is because they have all the qualifications that I've already stated. They go to these prestigious colleges like Princeton, Yale, and they're appointed through the president and quote unquote elected, they're approved by the Congress. And this is a really long process, and the resolution does not state how they're going to be, if they have limited terms, let's say it's 10 years long, are they able to go back onto the Supreme Court? Are they going to be elected, or are they going to be appointed by the president? And spending that much time and money on that stuff is just the time that we don't have. And the Supreme Court is doing fine right now. There's nothing, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think all their things are good, all their court cases, they think logically, and they're very, as she said, it's very balanced right now. And also, okay, so the resolution doesn't state how long the limited terms are. And it could be 2 years, it could be 30 years. And the average term is 16 years. So that's not, that's relatively medium, depending on how long the limited terms are. And if we were to switch limited terms, or if we were to switch people in and out because of the limited terms, that means that if the Supreme Court is in the middle of a court case, a really big one, such as abortion or something, I know we already went through that stuff, but one of the hot topics, and switching them out would create an unbalanced judgment for them, and it would just harm the Supreme Court in the validity of the topic. And the inconsistency in court rulings will only harm the Supreme Court and essentially make it unreliable. I don't want the Supreme Court having people coming in and out while they're having a really hot topic debate because people would come in with different ideas and it would just take a longer process for that to happen. And they still live a life and go out into the world, so it's not like they're really closed-minded about things, so they still have those things, they have ideas coming into them, they're still influenced by things, but not as much as they would be if they were to have limited terms. And if the justices wanted to be on the Supreme Court again, they would most likely have to be changing their viewpoints on what they agree and what they don't agree, because they would want to be on the Supreme Court. So if we were to elect them, they would be more in favor of the popularity vote rather than just doing what they think is constitutional or not. And having limited terms should not be an option, because if they had limited terms, the justices will most likely return and continue serving on the Supreme Court for a longer time. So it's useless to have that. You might as well just have them there for a longer period of time and then just retire when they do. And this is the worst thing that can happen, because the Founding Fathers did not intend for that to happen. And let's all face it, the Founding Fathers are probably one of the smartest people in America, or lived in America. So their intention, they really thought this thing through, because they didn't want all the political concerns and everything that's going on in the world to influence them on their decision making on the Constitution. And that's why I think we should not have limited terms. And how much time do we have? Okay. Questions? Questions? Okay, question. I yield the time.
Since no further questions, the chair will absorb the remaining time. The chair will now recognize a 30-minute speech from that is some space because for the
Opponents?
proponents, sorry.
Okay, so I'd first like to just start out today by talking about, we mentioned a lot about founding father intentions and what they really wanted. So I understand in the Constitution that there are no term limits set forth. Okay, I get that. But the thing is that actually within the first 10 years, like when we started with our Constitution and justices were being appointed to the Supreme Court, they only stayed on for 1 or 2 years actually. It was seen more of as like you get this honorary role and then you would retire after 2 years. So it's like an unwritten precedent, and that happened for the first 10 years of this country. And that's the way I think the founding fathers saw it. So when we're talking about founding father intentions, I think we should take that into account. And it really only changed after John Marshall stayed on the court for a longer period of time. So if we're going to talk about founding father intentions, I think we can all agree at this point that it was intended actually just to be a couple of years. Now, I personally believe that that actually is a little bit too short, but at the same time, I don't think that we should have Supreme Court justices staying on for like up to 34 years. I think that's quite ridiculous. You know, they're deciding like over 2,000 cases in that time, and I don't think one person should have that much influence on this country. And the other thing you need to think about is a lot of the Supreme Court, the way it is set up, it's like you're going to have a conservative majority for X years, you're going to have like a liberal majority for X years. And it's really one of those things where, you know, if you get lucky, for example, like if Mitt Romney had won and he could appoint, you know, a couple more conservative justices or something, we'd be stuck with a conservative court for like maybe the next 20 years. And if you think about it, that's a huge amount of time, and that's why we have term limits like of 5 years or so. You know, you still get to have that influence, but it wouldn't be as much influence, because then if you think about it, Mitt Romney's presidency would have a huge impact if the Supreme Court was conservative for 20 years. So take that into account. And the other thing is that we keep on talking about how our justices are, you know, educated. They're very well educated. Yes, I agree with that. But the thing is that they're educated in a certain time frame. Like Justice Scalia, for example, was educated like in the 1950s or so. So he has the law of the 1950s, and that's like the way he's thinking. He's thinking in the 1950s. Well, you know, we're living in 2012 right now. You know, we don't need a justice who's thinking in 1950s. If we have a justice, you know, who was trained in the early 2000s or so, or trained in the 1990s, I think that's more appropriate to have them be serving on the Supreme Court and replacing people like Justice Scalia. And I think that's pretty much it. So I'll yield my remaining time to questions. Wow, this is no question today. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So the chair will now recognize a 3-minute speech for the opponent's seat.
Yeah, I'm not public speaker still. Yeah. That's exciting. Yeah, it's really exciting, especially since I'm a Congress people. So it might be a little nervous. So I'm super right there. Cool. Okay. So, I mean, America was built on structure. Our lives are built on structure. I mean, you guys have a schedule. You go to school, you come home, you do homework, and bless you. I believe that we should have a certain continuity in our government, you know, just like that stable rock that's always there. And I mean, the Supreme Court right now, it's fairly balanced, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just saying. And you know, people are saying, well, what if we have, you know, like a really bad justice who, you know, has so much influence on this country? It's like, who are you to judge if they're bad? You know, like they have gone through so much schooling and they have worked their whole lives to get there, and they really do want what's best for this country. Speaking as someone who has, you know, had their life planned out since they were 10, you know, wanted to go to Georgetown and double major in poli-sci and, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to give you my life story, but, you know, there are people out there who really do want what's best for this country, and they won't just stay on, you know, for 35 years because they want the power or the money. They really do want what's best for this country, and I think that, you know, we should just leave the system as it is because I think it's going pretty darn well. I yield my time for questions.
Are you aware of the fact that the court is pretty politicized on the 5-4 conservative majority, as seen in the case of Bush v. Gore and Citizens United?
I am, actually, and everyone talks about the balance issue with the Supreme Court and, all those justices are going to retire pretty soon, and I actually just read an article on this, on like Yahoo or something, I don't know, but Utah's a constitutional law class, right? There's no like limit to how many Supreme Court justices we can appoint, right? There is? 9?
Well, isn't that set forth by Congress?
Yeah, but
Originally, I thought it was not.
it originally was, but what happened was because the Congress decided to change it because 5 wasn't enough because when there's a split between if there's 2, 2, and 1, there was a really big issue with what to do when there's only one person in the middle. So that's why they changed it to 9. But at this point, Congress doesn't really have any plan on changing that because the Supreme Court justices are as a really minded and just finds that the number itself is not really an issue. It's pretty stable. It's not really change.
Yeah. Just taking that into consideration, I personally think that these people, whether they be super Republican or somewhere in the middle or super, liberal, they really do want what's best for this country, and we should trust them and their experience.
Do you want your name tag?
Oh, that'd be good.
So the chair will now recognize another subsequent speaker for the proponent seat for 3 minutes.
Maybe just come up here.
Okay. Alright. Nicole Ruskina, Canyon Crest Academy. First of all, I would like to return to the main opponency speech. And she said 16 years is not that long of a time, but I believe in the era we are living in now, it is a very long time. In 1996, mobile phones had just begun, and Google had just been launched. And I think Supreme Court justices should have a limited term because there are so many different parties and imbalance, and everything is just changing so frequently that we need fresh ideas and new minds to fill in the role as determining constitutionality. And since we're talking about the Founding Fathers, I thought we could go back into history and talk about one instance where a president did fill in a bunch of his own people into the Supreme Court, the Midnight Judges. When President John Adams was not reelected and Thomas Jefferson was, he appointed many of his own party members called the Midnight Judges, and if they had not been able to be removed, a lot of them would have stayed, but a few of them were removed, if I remember correctly. Also, there are so many differing ideals that if we are constantly stuck in gridlock, nothing can progress. Because in the 21st century, things are constantly changing. And the rule that said that the Supreme Court justices should be for life was made several centuries ago, when progress was rather slow. And now in the 21st century, progress is exponential, so I think we should maybe rethink this decision, and it's slightly outdated now. How much time do I have? 2 minutes? 1 minute? Okay. Yeah, I think I will yield my time to the chair.
Alright, so the chair Chair will now recognize a 3-minute speech for the opponency.
What a crowd.
Good? All right. Okay, so the proponents mentioned the balance in the Supreme Court. There's usually 4 on the conservative side, 4 on the liberal side, and there's usually 1 swing vote. This balance is essential to the efficiency of the Supreme Court. Court cases are not decided by a political affiliation, liberal or conservative, but rather by a board of individuals who must debate and discuss to come to a conclusion on the case. If this balance is upset, a string of decisions will generally rule in favor of a certain school of thought, liberal or conservative, rather than being a fair decision comes to by discussion. Many say that the legacy of a president is seen in the Supreme Court appointments. As the proponents mentioned earlier, the Supreme Court has a lot of power, and that power comes with influence. This influence will last many years. Having limited terms would lead to a greater possibility of having an unbalanced court, because justices would have a greater chance of retiring under a president with different political views. For instance, if a conservative justice's time elapses under a liberal president, the president will appoint, most logically, a liberal judge, and the same goes in the reverse situation. This will lead to an unbalanced court where decisions are made based on the case being liberal or conservative, and not the constitutionality of the issue. That having been said, I urge you to vote con on this
So we have time for one more subsequent speaker for the proponency and one for the opponency. Okay, proponency. Here you go.
Alright, so as the previous speaker said, one of the big problems is that you might have unbalanced, well, the system is based on balance. If you're an unbalanced system, you will lead the wrong decisions. However, as I see it, having life-term judges, or that they retire for up to 16 years on average, that seems like a much bigger issue if there is an upset in that balance. It's going to last a much longer time. The limited system of judges, it's much easier to correct these imbalances quickly because the judges probably only last, my guess, somewhere between 4 and 6 years. That would be a guess on my part, I would not know the actual number. However, these imbalances would be much more easy to fix, and there would be less of a chance of some pivotal vote or some outlandish idea deciding, as the opponents said, thousands of cases. And so I would just like to say that by keeping, a nice influx of new people and new ideas, you have to really get people who are, thinking forward and thinking with the right ideas, who don't have ideas not necessarily represent the correct interpretation of the Constitution. There's also the point that these new appointees might be, swung one way or from the other way, and I think that's much more a decision with we need to make sure that we appoint our judges correctly. This is a problem with us, a problem with who appointing them. It's not a problem with the judges themselves, because if we're appointing the wrong judges, it's our fault, and we need to make sure we're correcting that. And appointing less judges will not instantly make them of better quality. And with that, I'd like to yield up my time to questions, if there aren't.
Any questions? Since there's no further questions, the chair will also open the meeting time. The chair will now recognize a subsequent speaker for the opponents. Do a motion to approve the question. Anyone want to second that? Second. All in favor, say aye.
I think that is
Yeah.
That's like the same. Oh, yeah.
All against? Right.
Okay, so, oh my God, okay. So one thing that I heard all the speakers said, it's the Supreme Court is like a really powerful thing, a really powerful system in our country. What Peyton, I believe, said was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's what I definitely agree with. You don't do something, you don't fix something that's not wrong right now. Right now, the Supreme Court is functioning perfectly, it's doing well, and yes, if Mitt Romney were to win, he would most likely appoint some, like the 3 positions that are need to be filled to be with conservatives. But the Congress still needs to approve them. It's not like he's going to appoint these extreme conservatives and Congress is going to be like, okay, then that's good, that's okay. Like, there would be an imbalance, and I definitely agree. Because we have Congress to approve these justices, that means that we will have a balance and the system will flow very well. Another thing is that we said that the Supreme Court justices there's a lot of things like changing in our system. 16 years, yes, I agree. Technology-wise, it is a very long time because we have like the smartphones, all these things now. I don't think that the laws are definitely swinging like left and right within the amount of 16 years. Yes, they are changing, but it's a gradual change. It's not like one year gay marriage is constitutional, the next year it's unconstitutional. It's definitely a slow and gradual change, and that's why I think that as of right now, we don't need the Supreme Court justices to have limited terms. I think they're doing well right now, and that's why I urge you guys to vote con on this. Thank you.
Okay, so the chair will now recognize a 3-minute closing speech from the proponent seat.
Alright, so the opponency talked about if it's not broken, why fix it, right? The thing about that is what most average people don't realize is with the Supreme Court, there's a lot of issues because lower courts are supposed to rule based off of what the Supreme Court rules. And because of that, when there's Supreme Court cases that conflict, which there often are because Supreme Court justices choose not to repeal past cases and instead just have another case that they, which would basically kind of like, would just be the opposite of what another case was. When we have that issue, we have a really big, what the lower courts have an issue with how to decide between, which one is the right case, which one is the right case that you're supposed to follow. When we have that issue, we want to make sure that mistake, I guess, as part of the Supreme Court system is fixed. And in order to do that, we need shorter terms. And because I know the opponents talked about consistency, but there's consistency in time and having somebody who is a Supreme Court justice for, I don't know, 15, 16 years, and I understand that. But we also need consistency in our rulings. In order to do that, the best solution, I believe, is to have shorter terms in order for us to make changes if needed. If there are Supreme Court justices that, are not fit for the role that they need, if they have like a certain limit that can be changed without having to wait for 15 years. And another point is, I think your name is Nicole, right? Yeah, so you mentioned that if Congress doesn't approve the appointments by the president, then, it obviously falls through, and I understand that that's definitely true. But the issue with that is if Congress doesn't approve the Supreme Court justice, then we just have an empty seat for a very long time. When we have an empty seat, there is still that imbalance. And when we have that, well, it's not really kind of fixing the problem as you mentioned. It's really a big deal we as normal citizens, we don't really realize what the Supreme Court does in like their daily lives, but they really do have a lot of influence. And I think just this minor change of shortening the terms is really not going to hurt our system, and it actually might be better because as some subsequent speakers for the proponency stated, times are changing really fast. Yes, I agree. And not only will shortening terms help eliminate issues with conflicting rulings, but it will also stick with, go along with the time period. And I think that that's also very important. So please vote pro on this resolution.
Alright, so the resolution states that the Supreme Court justices should have limited terms. All those who are for it, please stand. Yeah. Alright, you can sit down. Yeah, all those against, please stand.
I support you, Nicole.
Thanks, Brandon.
Alright. All those who abstain, please stand.
No, wait for Nicole.
No, it's okay. You don't have to. Do what you think is right.
That was good. That was good.
Okay, all those who are for, please stand again. I think I just counted.
One?
Yeah. Wait a second. It's 6 to 5 to 2.
Yeah, 6.
How does that work? Because it's on. It's majority. No, it's 6 to 7.
Yeah, abstentions count as con. Yeah. So the resolution fails, 6 to 5 to 2. So Supreme Court justices will not have limited terms.
Wait, what? Yeah. I can't believe you didn't use some of the way you were speaking. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
really thrown in there, you did really good. I was really good. I know. Did you pronounce the actual
No, 6 to 5 to 2.
Well, yeah, but
The abstentions go to
The abstentions go to con. So con
It's basically 7 to 6.
the
That's me.
Yeah, Nicole.
I'll be pro.
we're a tie then.
It's a tie.
No.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really make a difference. But
Oh, then
good
that's
job,
true.
everybody. It was
Alright, so I'm going to pass out the.
Or since it's our game, like,
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so for anyone who is a subsequent speaker, please come up.
finding everywhere.
Yeah, so.
Nicole, this could be our like.
It's your first time? Oh my god, you're so
Alright, so please state your full name and the school that you go to.
Okay, my name is Haruka Hattori. If you want me to spell that for you, I'll spell it. Come ask me. Yeah, but I go to University High School. Sorry, yeah.
My name's Nicole No, and I go to Orange Lutheran High School.
There's a silent G.
Yeah, there's a silent G, so NGO.
My name is Nicole Raskina, and I go to Canyon Crest Academy. Hi guys. Oh.
Hi guys, my name is Emily DeLucy and I go to Orange Lutheran.
Michael scared me. Okay. I'm named Kirby and I go to Orange County School of the Arts. It's spelled like P-A-Y-T-E-N, like $8.
Just saying, I really like Kirby. That is a really cool name.
I'm like a little confused at each.
I'm Matthew Cohen from Victoria High School.
Hi, Julian Mayman, Orange State High School of the Arts.
That was fun.
That was.
That was really fun. Like, last minute. Yeah, that was good. Like, dang. That was good. Like, impromptu, like, well, I just had to do a little bit about it, so that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't speak again.
I think I'm gonna try to go out for lunch.
Because I don't want to work.
I call this debate to order. The resolution states that the distribution of tax dollars should be decided in part by public voting. We have our proponency speaker, Anna Nguyen from Valencia High School, and our opponency speaker, Colin Duffy from Newport Harbor. So, is there a timekeeper? Does anyone want a timekeep?
Oh, I can do it.
Okay. You know the signals, right?
It's
So you're gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, half, and then count down from 10 and down.
Oh yeah, I can. Okay.
Okay. So we will go ahead and start off the debate by having our affirmative opening speech for 6 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna Nguyen.
Timekeeper, are you ready?
Yes. Okay, I'm from Valencia High School, and right now I just want to kind of clarify the resolution. It says resolved that distribution of tax dollars should be decided in part by public voting, which I took to mean that the public should have a say in how our tax money is distributed and how our tax money that we pay ourselves is spent by the government. So as Americans, taxes have become an irrevocable part of our American identity. We pay taxes all the time, like sales tax, income tax. Why are we taxed? People ask, why does the government take such a large part of our hard-earned spent money and take it and spend it anywhere? Like, why do they do this? Well, since the founding of our nation, leaders have realized early on that in order to be effective and a powerful government, they need money to do their job correctly. And why was the government formed? For us. The government is essentially formed for the betterment of the quality of our life, and that is what taxes are used for. With taxes, we get things such as public education, public transportation, public libraries, public parks, street maintenance, and other things like that. And I know most of us go through the public school system and we turned out pretty well, so like these tax dollars are going to good use. It would be a crime against what America stands for to suppress the rights of citizens to decide where their hard-earned money is being spent. A lot of people have heard this motto, taxation without representation, which is something that was said a lot when we were trying to break away from the British rule. Hundreds of years ago, we fought against them because we didn't want our hard-earned money to be spent in places where we didn't know it was, in areas that we may not agree with, in areas that may not affect us, because they were taking our money and using it over in a different country. And essentially, if we oppose this resolution, we are saying that Americans should not have a say in where the taxes are spent, and that's just kind of ruining the purpose of taxes, which is to help the common man. We currently do have a say in how taxes are spent. We do vote in elections on props such as Prop 34, which is the death penalty. And just in these past elections, this past Tuesday, Californians have decided that they want to keep the death penalty in California. And this kind of shows that we as Californians are willing to use our tax money to keep criminals on death row. And this is an issue that we want to keep. And something that affects all of us as high school students. Proposition 30, which is increasing sales tax for use in education. Citizens have shown they are willing to pay extra sales tax to use, for education, which shows that Californians want more education. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that taxes, if we don't have a say, the government doesn't know what we want to use in taxes. If we let big power politicians decide what we spend on, we won't know what's going on. They don't know what we want as lower or smaller local individuals. They are big power politicians, and what they want is more power. So I don't think giving them more power will do anything to help us. This resolution says decided in part by public voting. So it's not all by public voting. That doesn't mean that the government has to run every single thing they want to spend by the people. It's just in part. And I think the system that we have now is going well, and we should keep it. a lot of people say that people aren't well informed, and if we let the public decide where we're going to spend our tax money, like people like don't want to learn about what the props are, and they're just going to like go to the election, just vote whatever because they're ignorant. And we as young politicians, political activists know that some people are ignorant and some people just don't care. But I believe that the people who want change will go out to the polls, will voice their opinions, and will make the change. The people who want change will make change, and letting citizens have a voice in the distribution of tax dollars is a catalyst to positive changes in our state and in our country. I will yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
I'm just wondering if you think that government probably has more well-rounded opinion on where the money should go as opposed to the public just wanting kind of a narrow view on itself.
Yeah, and so I previously stated that this resolution does say in part, so I do think the government can, they do know, that is their job to know about what's going on in this country, and they will decide most of what's going on, but the things that directly affect us as citizens, we should have a voice in saying how it's spent.
When you say that this whole in part thing, do you think that we citizens should have a say on how certain taxes are spent, or that we should have a say on all taxes, a decision that can be overridden by the government?
Yeah, I believe that, in my opinion, this is a pretty vague-ish resolution, but in my opinion, I think that the government should have public opinion on certain areas where tax money is being spent.
Are there any other questions? Seeing that there's less than 30 seconds, the chair will observe the remaining time. Just a quick announcement, if you guys have any questions regarding any of the facts that the speaker states, you guys can text the hotline, and the number is 714-740-7037. So, yeah. Now I'll go ahead and allow the opponency side for a 6-minute opening speech.
Hi, my name is Colin Duffy, and I believe that is not a good thing. That the public should decide how tax dollars are spent. We are a republic, and as my opponent brought up, one of our main goals was to strive for taxation with representation. What representation means is that we elect officials to go up to Congress and tell them how they want our money spent. We elect them to represent us. They're supposed to represent our beliefs and our ideals, so therefore they can represent us to their greatest ability. Why for this? If we had to go to a popular vote every time we want to get anything done, we would never get anything done. I know you guys all just saw the presidential election. Can you imagine if we had to do that on every single bill or every single major money spent in Congress? That'd be a nightmare. It'd be crazy. All these politicians do all day is study these initiatives and figure out how exactly they're going to affect the government. We, the common folk, do not know the inner workings of the government. That's the politicians' jobs. Let's look at the California budget system. As you all know, the two budgets that were on the ballot were Prop 30 and Prop 38. Now, a lot of the people are under the assumption that Prop 30 goes directly to schools. This is not true. It says in the bill that it is guaranteed to the schools, but the money is actually going to the general fund. And that just goes to show that the common folk can easily be manipulated by commercials and propaganda put out by the people who want this proposition to be passed. And let's look at Prop 38. This raised the income tax on everybody, and that is guaranteed to go to the school fund. It goes directly to the school fund and not to the general fund. People didn't like this because it taxed everybody. And studies show that if there's 2 tax ballots on the measure, on the initiative for the state of California, it's much more likely for the budget, neither of them to pass. And when those don't pass, guess what? We're stuck with the budget we had before. There's no progress being made. That's why I think the proposition system's broken. And if we translate that over to the federal government, can you imagine how less we'd be able to get done? Let's look at the healthcare bill. It's over 2,000 pages long. Can you imagine if we had to send this to every single voter in the United States to read? I don't want to have to take time out of my day to read that thing. That's what I have a politician for. They decide what they want the money to go to. That's why I elect someone who I believe in to go do what I want to be done in Congress. And it's just simply impossible for everyone in the union to understand what is on every single bill. If any politicians are going to waste their time trying to pitch their bill to the American public like a campaign for a presidential campaign, that's just wasted taxpayers' time and money that could be spent dealing with real issues. Let's look at, just think of the presidential debate. What if the campaign. If we had that kind of campaign every single year, okay, I'm Mitt Romney and I support this budget. I'm going to put $500 million into supporting this budget. If we look at how much was spent on the presidential election last year, we could end up spending more trying to get the budget passed than what the budget's going to save money on. It just doesn't make sense. But the republic concept that the American democracy is based on is the ability to have an effective compromise system so that we can get things done. If we go to a popular vote, we're not going to be able to get anything done. That's the whole point of the republic system. Politicians compromise day in and day out until they find an accurate system. But with a ballot initiative, there's no compromising. What's on that initiative is what's going to happen. There's no room for making it work for all parties. Now, going back to the whole presidential campaign, over $6 billion was spent on the presidential campaign. Let's look at the numbers. Let's just say that a budget cuts $5 billion. Now, if we spend $6 billion to get the budget passed, we're losing $1 billion, and it just doesn't make sense. So much valuable time will be wasted by politicians trying to win votes for their bill that we're not going to be able to get anything done. Unless you think it's a good idea to bring the federal government to a halt annually to try to pitch their bills, it is quite obvious that letting an ignorant voter decide how the money is spent is not a good idea. Now, I yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
Are you trying to say that the government is spending money to promote these campaigns for oppositions?
I'm not saying, Jerry Brown pitched his proposition pretty hard, and he spent a lot of the last whole month going around the state trying to get his proposition passed, which could have been spent over in Sacramento trying to get the real thing done. Real politics done instead of trying to campaign to get his bill passed.
Are there any other questions?
You said that the common people don't know the inner workings of the government and that it should be left to the politicians to decide. Would you agree that the government should be run by the people?
It is run by the people. That's why we elect the officials, because they represent us. If everybody's running the government, it just doesn't make sense. It's just not effective that way. You can't have 300 million people running a country. It just doesn't work.
I'm Gabriel Santos. So you referred to the general population as ignorant. Would you then propose that us electing those government officials into office is an ignorant decision?
I misused the word ignorant. I should have said misinformed. They don't have all the information. Politicians are there all day, all night, learning the inner workings of the bills, how it's going to affect the budget, how it's going to affect the the government. So they know what's going on. Compared to the voter who's just going to take, maybe 20 minutes at most to find out what's going on.
So to the extent
Finish the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, so getting back to your question, which said that if the people are ignorant, which I meant misinformed, then the politicians we elect are ignorant and misinformed. Well, let's just look at it this way. If I'm a construction worker, I'm going to hire an accountant to do my bills because they know what they're doing with money. I don't know enough about what's going on with my money to be able to run my business and be able to keep balance the books at the same time. So we hire these accountants, or in our case, politicians, to balance our book of the government. And so does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Now I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor for proponents, these subsequent speakers. Are there any subsequent speakers for the proponency? Timekeeper for this one is 3 minutes.
Good job.
Okay, hi everybody, my name is Simran Chada. I'm from Valencia High School. I'd just like to start off with a quick analogy to kind of describe the situation to you. So suppose you got a gift card to the mall, and you go there, and you go with your mom, because everybody shops with their mom, and your mom says, okay, well, because you trust your mom, because she knows what she's doing, she's an adult, and your mom says, okay, you can buy these, itchy thermals, so you can wear these throughout the winter, or you can have your own opinion, spend your own gift card, and buy these, awesome sunglasses that you want. What are you going to choose? The awesome sunglasses, because it's your gift card. At the end of the day, it's your money, and you need to have your opinion on what you want. Taxes are exactly the same way. It's coming from it's your sales tax, it's your income that's being spent towards the government. You should definitely have a say in what's going on. And I completely agree with Anna in that definitely should be in part. Elected officials should have a say also in how this money is spent and how it's distributed. But you definitely need to have a say in where your money is going, because otherwise it's really not a democracy. And think about it this way. What if you elect an official to office and you agree with all their opinions when they are elected, but people are fickle? What if a couple months later a prop comes up and they have a completely different opinion on it? I mean, they say they're a Democrat, but maybe they don't share the same opinion as you. They vote against this proposition and you're in favor of it. All of a sudden, what you wanted to happen is not happening. Your tax money is being spent in the wrong places, and at the end of the day, you're kind of ruining this democracy. So that's basically what I want to say. I'll yield the rest of my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
To go with your analogy, I would say that I would rather elect one of my friends to spend the gift card. How would you address that as a true democracy? Like, I would feel like I would be better represented by someone else, and I feel like I got my say in that.
I'm not sure what your question is.
So how would you, do you think that it is a direct, non correlation with your analogy with how the earnings actually run?
Yes, I do believe that we need to have a say in our things. I mean, if you so much want your friend to buy the thing for you, you can choose not to vote, or you can, let your elected official make the decision for you, because as we said, it's going to be in part, but I have a feeling, in my opinion, that we need to have a say.
Any other questions?
So, are you saying that this system that we've had since we've begun of our government officials that we elect are the ones that make our decisions? Are you saying that this should be changed so that it's completely rework the system that we've had and that has worked for years?
No, definitely not. On tax distribution, I think it should be a decision that includes both people. And on other issues that have to, war, other spending issues, things like that, definitely elected officials should have the last say on those things, because
By how long? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay, I don't think we should resort to anarchy in which, we vote on everything, because, as he said, it's a big waste of time we vote on everything. But tax distribution, that is our money, and I think we need to have the authority to have the last say on those things. But we do trust our elected officials to make better decisions in other areas of government.
Now, is there an opponency subsequent speech? Anybody for the opponency side? There's been a motion for a 1 minute caucus. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Timekeeper, can you put 1 minute? Thank you. So now, I need to have one subsequent for the opponency come up, since we do have a caucus. There's a time where you guys can text the hotline and ask them for things. Yeah. Yeah. Again, the number is 714-740-7037.
30 seconds.
Give 2 more minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. I need to get
It's okay, yeah. Right now when he walks in, I'm going to get Are there any cabinet members in here? Are there any SoCal cabinet members in here? Juliet, can you find the director of live stream? Can you find the director of live stream and tell them that one of the subsequent speakers does not want the camera on?
Oh, does not work.
I don't know what we can do about that. I don't want to mess with it.
Wait, do you want the camera on or off?
They want it off for when they go up. So can you call them in here? I can't remember. I know it's Paul.
Okay, I'll find it.
Paul. Yeah. Or go to the board. LTG is in there. Timekeeper, how much more time?
38.
Okay.
38 hours.
Caucus is now over. Director of live stream. When the proponent sees subsequent speak goes up, they don't want the camera.
Okay.
So I'll let you know.
Now are they gonna do it right now?
No, not right now.
When?
When I open it for proponency.
Like how many minutes?
Like 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
So now I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor for a subsequent opponency. Alright, so now we're gonna have George Tong for a 3-minute opponency speech. Timekeeper, whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
So the resolution reads that the distribution of tax dollars should be decided by public voting. How I interpreted this is that the government will not be able to spend any money.
The government will not be able to spend any money without the public's permission. Can you imagine how long this would take? I mean, Jerry Brown took 1 month just to get he campaigned for 1 month for his proposition. I can't imagine that for every time the government wants to spend money, it could take anywhere from a month to maybe even longer, 6 months. We would get nothing done. We'd have to campaign to get money for something that would be later debated on for an even longer period of time. And it's true, there are a lot of ignorant people. And by ignorant, I mean misinformed mostly. It's impossible for everyone to know exactly what's going on in every place. That's why we have politicians. They are educated in this area. We elect officials, so we already get a say on where we want our money to be spent. If we elect officials that have the same ideals as us, and if they win and go into office, then we expect them to do what is best for us. So for Prop 30 and 38, that's a great example for how people are easily manipulated. 30, a lot of the money, around only 50%, goes to actual education, while the other just goes to general funding. And Obamacare, that was a really, really long, the legislation is extremely long. I don't think anyone, except for the Supreme Court justice, actually read that whole thing. And a lot of people are misinformed of what it actually does. So that's why we have people who are better to, are educated in that area to represent us. And I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you. Now, is there a proponency 3 minutes subsequent speech? Can the camera be turned off?
Oh, okay, for this one.
Have a very long argument. I just want to bring up one point that I haven't actually heard anyone bring up so far. It seems that most people here seem to think that everyone pays taxes, but that's not true. There's only about a little more than half of the people in America that actually do pay taxes. So if you're saying that all Americans should be able to choose how taxpayer dollars are spent, you're effectively saying that people who don't pay taxes should be able to choose how other people's money is spent. That's pretty much my whole point. I open the door to questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Would everyone to agree to the resolution if it were taxpayers who then decided to?
Yes, I would agree with it for that. Anyone else?
Any other questions? No, she's a timekeeper. Any other questions? Alright. Seeing that there is no other questions, the chair will observe the remaining time. Thank you. So now, since we still have like 30 minutes to go on this block, are there any subsequent speakers for the proponency? Any subsequent speakers for the proponency? That's under defendant function. Go for it. Alright, timekeeper.
Everyone, high school. Yeah. So, we really don't know what's going on behind the closed doors of the government positions, right? We don't really. But so I think, like say your congressman, like he does represent me. Yeah, but the thing is, I like to think the congressman more as a doctor, prescribing medication to you, like giving you recommendations on what to take in order to fix up your problems, you know. And it is up to us, the people, whether or not we should actually take that medicine. And going back to our friends giving us the medicine, do we take medicine from friends? Like, do we take prescriptions from our friends?
How do you choose it out?
Oh yeah, of course. It all comes down to us. Yes. And so, but then we trust our representatives more, right? Because they have more knowledge. They're the doctors. So, but we should still have the power to actually vote on propositions, which are the cures for the problems in our society. So yeah, cool. Have the questions? Go for it.
Are there any questions?
Fire away.
I choose my doctor to represent myself in the medicines that he gives me. How is this different than choosing a representative? It matches how it would affect me.
Then how is it different from voting for
There's
the
no
opposition?
rebuttals. You can't go back to back. Like asking him a question.
Oh, then it's basically the same way as voting for your doctor to help you with that medicine, right? So exactly.
Any other questions?
You might as well just vote. Yep.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Seeing that there's no questions, the chair will observe the time. All right. Now, is there another subsequent speaker for the opponency side?
I'm sorry, it's income taxes. I misspoke.
Our country has the oldest constitution in the world. We have an extremely effective democracy with plenty of freedoms and privileges. We live in the greatest country in the world. But it's important to remember that we don't live in a direct democracy. Our founding fathers realized that was inefficient. In Federalist Paper number 10, written by Madison, he warned against factions, which individuals form groups that stand for issues that are not in the best interests of the country. That's one of the reasons why we do not have a direct democracy. That's not effective. It's dangerous to have people being able to vote with the popular vote. That's why we don't decide the president with the popular vote. Not everyone has the best interests of the country in mind. We elect representatives that do. If there's a problem with the way we're spending our tax money, that's on us and the representatives that we choose. And in order to reform how they spend our tax money, we need to change who we're electing. And I feel that's my time for questions.
Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Seeing that there is no questions, the chair will observe the remaining time. Thank you. Are there any motions on the floor? There's been a motion to previous questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so now the ayes have it. Now we'll go ahead and go for opponency 3-minute closing speech.
Okay, I like how my colleague over here brought up wasteful spending by the government. And although $550,000 sounds a lot to us, considering our debt is in the trillions now, that is literally less than a penny. So, and if you want to talk about wasteful spending, I have 2 words for you. Government pensions. All they do is throw taxpayers' money away. Prop 30, half of that money is going to the pension system one way or another. It's going to the general fund, and guess what? A lot of the general fund goes to the pension system. That's why our government is in the hole. It's because all this wasteful spending on pensions. Now, getting back to the whole popular vote thing, this has a lot to do with the Electoral College, as Dana brought up. The Electoral College and also the Congress and Senate are there to make sure that every state has its say. Let's look at Congress. So we have, as we know, back when we were founding, we had the small state plan and the large state plan. Small state plan called for each state to have its own representatives, and each state gets an equal amount. As you can see, this would be unfair to states that have a large population. The big states wanted a government based on population, and as you can obviously see, the inverse is effective, where the small states will not get the representation. By combining these two together, every state is guaranteed to have their fair say in Congress, and in turn, have their fair say in how our tax dollars are spent. Like Wyatt said about the doctors. The doctors are educated. I don't know anything about diabetes medicine. I don't know anything about flu vaccination. I don't have the power to get that kind of stuff. So I need a doctor or an elected official to be able that has that willpower and that potential to be able to get that resources to help me. By getting the popular vote, the people will go only to the major population areas, and the vast majority of the small rural areas of America, which this country's been founded on, will be forgotten because there's just not enough votes there for it to matter. But with an equal amount of representation with senators and congressmen, every single person will have their say much better than with a popular vote. And I absorb the reigning time of the chair.
Now we'll go ahead and have a 3-minute proponency closing speech.
My opponent recently stated in his opening speech that we are a republic, but we are also a democratic nation, which means we should, as citizens of America, have a say in how our money is being spent. And I just want to go back to the fact that this is our taxpayer money. This comes from our pockets into the government's hands, which they are supposed to spend for our benefit. So I think this is a pretty one-sided debate, and I think in saying that people should have say in where their money goes is a pretty sound statement. And I really do like my colleagues' analogies to doctors and shopping, that people can give recommendations. Our elected officials do have a ton of knowledge, and they do give us recommendations on how we should vote for these positions, but it's up to us to have the final say, because these things that are being passed, these laws that are being passed are affecting us, so we should have the final say. And a lot of people read this resolution, and I just want to highlight that in part, I do not believe that we should vote on every single, on what the government spends, on every single thing. If that were to happen, my opponent is right, there would be a lot of money being spent in voting, but I do think that we should have a say. And my last point is that if this resolution was opposed, then that means we as citizens would have no viable voice in where our tax money is spent, which means the government has all the power. And I hope, and I urge you to vote yes to this resolution. Thank you.
All right, so again, this resolution states, resolved that the distribution of tax dollars should be decided in part by public voting. So all those in favor of this resolution, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed to this resolution, please stand. Any abstentions? Okay, so this resolution fails with a vote of 18 to 23 to 2. So now I'm going to go ahead and pass out best speaker ballots. Make sure you guys turn it up here so they you guys are done. And then you guys are dismissed. Can I have all the speakers that spoke today come up here and say your name and school? Everybody that spoke, can you please come up? Yeah. Just go ahead and hold off because you haven't heard the speaker's names. Okay, so if you spoke, go ahead and start off. From what school? Let's say your name and school.
Colin Duffy from Newport Harbor High School.
Vote for Colin Duffy from Newport
You
Harbor.
can't publicize somebody else. You have to say your own name.
Janice, you will, but you should vote for Colin.
Every year, Newport Harbor High School.
Warren Lee, Orange Lutheran High School.
Jeremy Wan, Valencia High School.
My name is Anna Wynn from Valencia High School.
So now you guys have heard all the speakers. Please go ahead and vote for a speaker and bring your ballot up to the dais. After you guys vote, you guys are dismissed. And you guys have lunch. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I know. Okay, Mr. Riz, yeah. Thank you. Did you vote? Did you get a ballot? Girl, that pass them out. Did you get a ballot?
I call this debate to can I find a timekeeper somewhere? Someone? You got it? You know signals? Okay.
Can you give them every minute?
like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So then, the main speaker for the proponency is Kevin Gu from University High School. And the main co-speaker is Anthony McElroy from Santiago High School. Okay. And now we'll hear a 6-minute speech from the proponency.
So, I'm going to start this debate, like I always do, by defining the most important terms. And the most important term in this resolution is the assault rifle, or the assault weapon. Now, it's been defined by the assault weapons ban as a semi-automatic weapon that has militarized accessories, like a scope or a large capacity magazine. Hopefully, the opposition will find this definition adequate. Here's my first contention. Assault weapons make it easier for someone to kill large numbers of people at once. The whole purpose of an assault weapon is to kill multiple people, multiple targets. You have a large capacity magazine and you have high rate of fire. And all this enables you to do is to shoot quickly and to shoot a lot. Now, there was over the summer a shooting in Aurora, Colorado. A very fatal shooting, very tragic. It was committed by a person who brought 2 assault rifles into a crowded theater. And as a result, because of the lack of an assault weapons ban, people died. Lives was lost. And this cannot be allowed to happen. The government exists to protect your life. Not your rights, but your life. Because without life, there is no such thing as rights. Now, you're going to hear the opponents argue that this is going to be a violation of your Second Amendment rights. And it's not. Because above the government's duty to protect your rights is the government's duty to protect your life. And this is why you cannot shout fire in a crowded theater. You cannot endanger someone else's life, even if that is a constitutional right. So what this means is that this resolution is indeed constitutional because it allows the government to fulfill its duty to protect you as its citizens and residents. So by allowing this resolution to pass, you're not violating anyone's rights. You're saving their life. The assault weapon is the weapon of choice for mass murderers because very few other weapons have the same capabilities that the assault weapon has. If I have a shotgun, I can shoot maybe 6 rounds, then I've got to reload. If I have a handgun, maybe 10. But with an assault weapon, with a large capacity magazine, I can shoot 50 rounds, 100 rounds. I can have a barrel as my ammunition, and as a result, mass murderers choose this weapon in order to kill people. The assault weapons ban exists to protect your life, to protect you from a mass murderer who might want to kill you. And by allowing the assault weapons ban to be passed, all we're doing is we're saying that your life is precious to us, and we want to protect it. Now, assault weapons aren't necessary for self-defense. Some people say that this is a violation of the Second Amendment because the Second Amendment protects your right to own weapons for self-defense. But you don't want assault weapons for self-defense. For self-defense, you want a shotgun. A shotgun has been empirically proven as the most effective weapon in order to protect yourself against home intruders. So you might hear an argument that assault weapons are necessary because I need them to protect myself from others. But you don't. If you're at home, if you want to protect yourself from others, you want to use a shotgun. You want to use a handgun. There's a reason that most police officers you see walking around today have handguns. It's because they're portable, they're easy to use, and they actually fulfill their duty. An assault weapon isn't created to protect you. An assault weapon is created to kill other people. The assault weapon is by definition a militarized weapon. And the military uses assault weapons and assault rifles to kill as many people as possible on the battlefield. But this is not a battlefield. America is not Iraq. America is not Afghanistan. And none of you require an assault weapon to protect yourself. So, in conclusion, why must we ban assault weapons? Well, it's been proven that without the assault weapons ban, there's more likely going to be shootings. You see, after 2004, when the assault weapons ban expired, we had the Aurora, Colorado shooting this summer. We had multiple mass murders, mass killings perpetrated by people with assault weapons. So by passing this resolution, you're cutting down on the number of people who die in America. It's a worthy cause, a worthy goal. Now, if you hear anything from the opponency that says, we need to protect our rights, constitutional rights, ignore it, because life comes before rights. If you're dead, no one cares if you have freedom of speech. If you're dead, no one cares if you have freedom of religion, because you cannot exercise your rights while dead. You can't exercise your rights when you're 6 feet under. So, before hearing the opponent's arguments, understand that by passing this resolution, you're protecting someone's right to life. Thank you.
Speaker yields his time to the chair. So now we'll hear a 6-minute. Okay, now we'll hear a 6-minute speech by Anthony McElroy.
Now, before we begin, I must concede, Kevin Gu, I will applaud you. That was a beautiful speech, and honestly, it's going to be a tough act to follow, but I will do my best in the name of America, in the name of freedom, and in the name of assault weapons. He made some excellent points. Life comes before your rights. But I would rather live in a society where the government protects my rights before they protect my life. Mainly because if they protect my life, then I would be indebted to that government, and they can use that leverage against me to take away my rights. They can put in laws and legislation to make sure that I'm alive, but I'm not living a full life if I don't have my rights. I would rather be dead with all the rights in the world than live in a society where I have no rights, such as the right to carry an assault weapon. All right? Now, of course, I use a mind reader, or you can see the future as a time traveler, because yes, I'm going to go into the Second Amendment, which states that any person has the right to well-regulated militia, and of course, the right to keep and bear arms, including assault weapons. The Supreme Court justice system has decided that owning any sort of firearm falls under this clause of the Second Amendment. Now, of course, after the 2004 ban on federal weapons expired, then we were able to purchase assault weapons, which is good. Because A, people are going out and buying these more expensive assault weapons, thus stimulating the economy, and they are militarized, so that includes scopes, suppressors, grips, stocks, high-capacity magazines. All those things stimulate the economy, and trust me, those things ain't cheap. All right? I've been to many gun stores, and I've seen them. They are upwards of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars just to get anything high quality. And sure, he did bring up, they are used to kill people, but not necessarily. You can use them. That is a possible use. But same way this microphone I can use to beat the crap out of this kid, or any person in this room. That does not mean that's why it was made. It was an innovation of the Industrial Revolution to have high-firing weapons because we were in the Civil War. We needed to fight. We also had other wars we were going through. They wanted to get more rounds. And honestly, like that, just because it would save lives, that is ridiculous, okay? Comparatively speaking, there are more people here now. So, yes, I hate to use this cliche, but you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. But another thing that the opponent fails to see is that, yes, assault weapons obviously will kill more people because they get more bullets out, and have been used by the Aurora, Colorado shooting to kill people. But banning federal weapons, a federal ban on assault weapons, where will that lead? Well, what else do we have? Oh, the opponents mentioned shotguns and handguns. And we also have knives. We also have rubber bullets. We also have tasers and stun guns. All these other ways that will now be effectively used. But of course, people just go for the top shelf of assault weapons. Seems pretty basic. I can't get my assault weapon anymore. Might as well get this shotgun that has a nice spread and can take out many people. And it doesn't even have to kill them. It will just mutilate them and keep them in such a bad shape that they don't want to live. They'll live in the hospital for the rest of their life on life support. So, by taking away assault rifles, it opens up other avenues for murderers to go into to commit much more heinous crimes. Assault weapons fire standard 5.56. I know the M4 does, the M16 does as well. 5.56, .223 caliber while around. Now, there are certain variants of that, such as the hollow point, which explode inside you and cause mass trauma. But other than that, they will generally go through you or just fragment into small pieces. Whereas a shotgun, if you get buckshot, it will spray these tiny BBs and rip through your insides. The damaged organs, damaged tissue, create internal bleeding. And I'm not saying I am able to withstand that, but it is grotesque to imagine that we are weighing the lives of people just because assault rifles kill more people, but you still have these other guns that will kill the same amount of people. And by getting rid of this, they will be forced to go to that. So, apart from that and the deaths of innocent lives, I believe that we should keep assault weapons legal and instead use whatever sources we can get to develop a more informed public, more self-defense training for any citizen who wants to buy one, and make sure that we are a public meant for self-defense, for free militias, and the ability to use their time and be able to form that, yes, we are community service, we want to make sure that our communities are safe through guns. Now also, he mentioned the fully automatic possibilities of assault weapons, and yes, they do have that. But most military units, most military parts of the armed forces, they do not go full auto. Mainly because it's inaccurate, it wastes ammo, and it causes collateral damage and killing other innocents, which we really don't want to do. So that's why they train to fire in semi-automatic or small round bursts. So obviously, sure, they might be used full automatic, and sure they have that capability, but that's not the way that our armed service men and women do. With that, I'd like to yield my time.
Speakers do not have enough time for questions unless there is a motion to extend speakers' time.
Motion to extend speakers' time. 2 minutes.
For how long?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Dos. 2 minutos.
Okay. All in favor to extend? Aye. All opposed? Nay. You guys have it.
Chancellor McElroy, does your family in particular own any firearms?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. Can I do a follow-up question here? Is that cool?
No.
Please, Anthony?
Is there a motion to suspend the rules?
Yes.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay.
What kind?
My grandfather owns a single barrel shotgun and as well as a double barrel shotgun with, I believe they fire 12 gauge buckshot. I know my dad, he has a 308 pistol along with a 22 caliber. I fired both of those. And then also he owns a pump action shotgun as well. I also have my uncle who is a detective for Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I'm sure he has a plethora of guns as well. He just doesn't like to share. And then I believe that about does it as far as my family. If I'm missing, oh no, actually my cousin, he has a 38 special.
Can you explain to me why it's relevant how our military is trained to use assault rifles?
Yes, and I brought it in the end, so I would thank you for asking mention. I can spatiate. Kevin here, he said that they are made to fire full auto, so you can take down a lot of people. So somebody can come in here and just spray it, and yeah, and that would cause a lot of deaths. And you also said, well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but from what I got to it is that the military also fires in fully auto. That's why they use assault weapons, so they can auto. But really, the military, that's not how they operate. They know how to keep things concise and not cause that collateral damage of just spray and pray and just kill innocent lives. They are trained, and that's why I believe the public should mimic that when owning assault weapons, because it is a responsibility that needs to be taken.
Okay. Speaker doesn't have enough time for any more questions, so the rest of the time goes to the chair. Are there any subsequent speakers for the proponency? Okay, Young.
Whoop, Young. Bing bong. Bing bong. Sorry. I like calling you. Come sit with me. Come sit with me. Just don't. Bing I gotta connect to the internet so I can talk to you a lot. Yeah. It's like posted.
Okay. So a lot of people, in terms of gun control debates, often say that, guns don't kill people, people kill people. Actually, neither of those things kill people. Bullets kill people. Flying projectiles that embed themselves into your body and destroy your internal organs and bones. That is what kills you. And there is nothing in the world that fires out quite as many bullets and nothing in the world that fires out that many bullets quite so fast as an assault rifle. Well, fully automatic machine guns and stuff, but I mean like something that you can hold in your hand, there's nothing quite like an assault rifle for killing lots of people. And you see, that's why it was a Civil War innovation. An innovation during war so you can kill more of your enemies. So the emergency speaker mentioned that even the military doesn't use fully automatic weapons because they want to avoid collateral damage and just randomly killing everyone in sight. But hey, you know what? We're civilians, so for self-defense, let's give you weapons that even the military doesn't use for self-defense, and let's kill everybody in sight because I want to defend my home by killing everybody, right? There's no point to this. The whole problem with the whole assault rifle thing is that it's basically a weapon for mass murder, as the original proponents speaker mentioned. So in other words, if I have a machine gun, if I have an assault rifle, that means that I'm out to kill a lot of people. And let me tell you that, sure, anyone can kill somebody, but I bet the list of people that could kill you right now would dramatically drop if we didn't have assault rifles. The list of people who can just walk into this room and kill everyone in here with an assault rifle, pretty high. All you have to do is walk in and go, and bang, a bunch of dead statesmen. What do you do? With a pistol, I got what, 12 shots? So 12 dead statesmen, and then, oops, what am I gonna do? Shotgun, maybe 30 dead statesmen. What am I gonna do? There's like 50 left, they're gonna kill me, It's just not gonna work out. But with an assault rifle, it is relatively feasible just to kill everybody in this room. And that's the problem. There is no self-defense in killing, how many people are in this room? Like 120? There is no self-defense in killing 120 people. This whole thing is pointless. So, and the difference between, say, a pistol and an assault rifle is in that very distinction. With a pistol, I'm only going to drop 12 statesmen. With a machine gun, I'm going to drop 100. So that I yield my time to questions.
Was the speaker aware that automatic guns were banned in 1994, and that assault rifles in California's definition are guns with 2 attachments? So the regular shotguns are not assault rifles.
I never said that the shotgun was an assault rifle.
No.
But in either case, an extended magazine, for example, a pistol with 20 bullets instead of 12 bullets, they're going to drop more people dead. And still, I don't think I need to kill 20 people. If you're that bad a shot, you probably don't want to.
Okay, not enough time for any more questions. So 30 seconds.
A minute.
For health, okay, 1 minute. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. You guys have it.
Automatic assault rifle, I think, and with a semi-automatic pistol.
That wasn't my point. My point being that I can shoot them a lot faster, Part of the whole idea of fun.
But this is when you're aware that when you shoot an assault rifle, you'll waste more bullets going around rather than shooting something automatic and aiming at a certain target.
Man, you guys really think I'm ignorant. The whole point of my point was that with a fully automatic weapon, I have a whole lot of space to shoot, right? In a room, a full crowded room like here, or with a big old line of Batman fans in Aurora, Colorado, it's going to be pretty easy to just walk up there and I don't need accuracy, I just need bullets flying everywhere.
If your point is to reduce deaths, why are you okay with only a small amount of people dying with
Because shotguns and handguns are relevant to this debate because this debate is about assault rifles. And here, right now, I'm trying to ban assault rifles.
Cross.
Are you aware, can you please name one shooting between 2004 and today that you use a legal assault rifle to kill people? Not illegal like you were shooting.
No, I cannot. The problem is that, the fact that those weapons were available in the first place on the legal market and then had illegal attachments added to them is a completely another story. And in either case, the availability of assault weapons has made it easier for mass murderers.
How much time does the speaker have?
45 seconds.
Okay, Tyler.
Do you own any guns?
No, I don't own any guns being a minor, and neither do my parents or immediate family.
You use as one of your arguments that you can spray a lot of bullets with a fully automatic weapon. Are you, as a speaker, aware that fully automatic weapons have already been banned at the federal level?
Yes, and you'll notice that this debate resolution is about banning fully automatic weapons at the state level, or assault rifles at the state level. But in either case, I'm saying that in either way, weapons like assault rifles are able to cause more damage and therefore more deaths than any other sort of weapon. So we need to be more focused on, how are we reducing the number of deaths? How are we keeping the lives of our citizens so that they can have rights? And the way to do that is to ban more deadly weapons. And assault rifles falls under the category of more deadly weapons, believe it or not.
Speaker's time has elapsed.
Motion to suspend the rules?
No.
Nay.
I got you. I got you.
Oh, we'll now hear a 3-minute subsequent speech from Nick Crossan.
Hello, my name is Nick Rossi from Southern High School. I love bands because they are so effective. Don't you love bands too? I mean, let's look at bands in history. Prohibition. In the 1900s, we decided, let's ban alcohol. That probably stopped all alcohol consumption in America. Wait a minute. It's found that it actually increased the amount of alcohol consumed in America. Oh, I have a better idea. Let's ban all drugs. And a couple, 20 years later, no one smokes weed anymore, right? I've never seen that ever happen. No, bans do not work. So why would a ban on assault rifles work at all as well? My name is Nick Crossan, I'm going to prove to you why a ban on assault rifles is just ineffective and wrong. First, like you assault, the definition, please stop, please. What is the definition of an assault rifle? It's so vague how it's saying it's a semi-automatic with a scope or a large magazine. What is a large magazine? Could 3 bullets in a magazine be counted as large? We don't know. They've yet to define it. So are we planning to ban something that we don't even know what it is yet? That's ridiculous. A scope. Are you saying that we can't hunt anymore because hunting rifles have scopes? So while we're passing this ban, we're going to ban all hunting. Just to add that on. They're trying to make you think that these assault rifles are going to increase the amount of mass murder and killings, example, World War Theater. All of these shootings that they've stated are from illegal weapons that they would get anyway if we banned assault rifles, yes or no. They've yet to state an assault rifle that was legally obtained that killed people, which we could have banned. They've not stated because it doesn't happen. All these shootings are from illegal assault rifles. The ban would do nothing to prevent mass shootings. They're now going to say that we don't need it for self-defense. And they're saying now a shotgun is a great example of a thing that is good for self-defense. Well, the ban in 1994 banned shotguns. So I'm assuming we're going to ban shotguns again because they get to specify what exactly is an assault rifle. So we're saying that we can protect ourselves with shotguns, but now we can't. My third point is that, again, we know that there's going to be increased shootings. They're going to say that they made a statement that there's increased shootings. They have no evidence to say that there's any more shootings. And all the shootings, examples, one, the Aurora shooting, was from an illegal weapon. Do these shootings actually happen a lot? No, they don't. All the shootings you hear about are from illegal weapons. No real legal weapon assault rifles shootings never happen. It's people because you have to do background tests. And the people who are tested for these weapons are responsible Americans. That's why you never see shootings from a legal weapon. It's a slippery slope. If we allow banning assault rifles that are large magazines for safety, then we should just ban all weapons because it'll put down our safety. Because we'll stop all shootings because we won't allow weapons in their logic. It's a slippery slope. How hard are we going to try protecting ourselves how much liberty and freedom are we willing to give for our protection? We have to draw a line. The line is the stop is banned. It is irresponsible, the definition is crazy, and it won't do anything. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more subsequent pro speakers? We'll now hear a 3-minute subsequent pro speech from Armand Maharaj.
In the beginning of the debate, the speaker over here mentioned that that the military, that even the military refrains from using fully automatic weapons in combat. However, it's not exactly true. Actually, in modern warfare, you can hardly see your enemy in the first place. And I believe the estimate is like 2,500,000 bullets fired per kill. So yeah, these things are designed to spend a lot of bullets very quickly. One unit could probably eat up millions of bullets. That's how much these things fire. And the Second Amendment that this thing is basically hiding behind, it was made during a time of flintlocks and unadvanced weaponry. The signers of this law had no idea of what modern weaponry could do. Things that could mow down just hundreds of people. And the birth of the real modern machine gun. One World War I German soldier described it as, you didn't have to aim. You could just shoot just shoot at the enemy. And it would just mow them down. There's no resistance. It makes it extremely easy to just mow down hundreds of people. And in the hands of civilians, it's very, even with qualifications, how do you know when it'll be their first time? How do you know if that person is having marital problems, or their family's breaking up, or one of the relatives was the victim of a violent crime? How do you know when they'll cross that point? The difference between civilians and the military is the military is monitored, they're kept track of, and they're used for the purpose of war. Civilians don't need that for self-defense. You don't need that kind of weapon, spraying bullets all over the place in order to kill a certain small amount of people. If there's a large amount of people that are threatening you, your best bet is to call the police or the authorities. I yield my time to your questions.
Back. So if someone's robbing you at gunpoint and they say, give me your money now or I will shoot you, you say it's better to call the police than to try to defend yourself if you were armed?
That's not necessarily what I said. I mean, if I said if hundreds of people are threatening you, you're better off calling the armed forces.
The speakers in a more debated situation, they rather have an assault rifle or a handgun?
I'd rather have a handgun. I don't need an assault rifle, like I said. I don't need to shoot, dozens of bullets through them. Actually, it's a lot lighter.
There's not enough time for any more questions, so okay. Chair remains the chair absorbs the remainder of the speaker's time.
Okay. Alright, so I want to bring to mind three shootings, some of the three biggest shootings recently. There was the Hollywood shooting, that was a bank robbery in Hollywood. There was the Aurora shooting, and there was the Columbine shooting. The latter two, I'm sure most of you have heard. Now, I want to bring together a common ground all these shootings have. Illegally acquired and modified weapons. Literally, there are no huge massacres that are bought with a man who legally went out and purchased an assault rifle. Because assault rifles, nowadays, that you can buy in stores, like Anthony, I've been to a lot of gun stores, don't have high cap magazines. It's usually around 15, which is the highest you can get without actually being high, according to the government. I'd also like to bring up a point. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. Give me a second. Okay. Now, he brought up a good point, that these guns do have the ability to kill tons and tons and tons of people because of a high rate of fire, bullets flying everywhere, knocking people down. Maybe that's not why I want an AK-47. Maybe I'm not trying to stop multiple burglars. Maybe I'm trying to really stop that one burglar by emptying 30 rounds into him to make sure he doesn't get back up to take my stuff. And Bjorn brought up some point where it's like, if you're just going to fire and just blow this person away, then, or if you're going to be just laying down the trigger, you're going to be taking out tons of people. If there are tons of people trying to get in my house to take my things, I hope to God I have an assault rifle to stop them. That's insane, if there's that many people. But I'd like to just bring up something. Now, I know he tried to explain how we shouldn't bring the Second Amendment into this, but I'm going to anyways, because that's what I do. Back in World War II, there was a Japanese fleet admiral talking to the rest of the admirals. They're about to conduct an invasion on California. And this admiral was researching American history, trying to find some weakness to exploit. Instead, he found the Constitution and saw the Second Amendment and said, holy shit, guys, they're all allowed to have rifles. He said, verbatim, you can never attack mainland America. Behind every blade of grass, there is a rifle. And so, Japan, by the very idea of American freedom, did not attack. And I want to preserve that by allowing me to have a high-powered murder machine. Maybe my time for questions.
Questions from the chair absorbs the remainder of the time.
Are all of these opportunity speakers aware that three weapons used in the Aurora shooting were illegally purchased?
Are you aware that they weren't, sir? Because there was an illegally acquired air-consumed with a high-pressurized gas exhaust mask, which is illegal in all 50 states, an expanded barrel to allow for sustained fire, and a drum magazine that carried 55 rounds, which is 40 rounds above the 15 rounds that an AR-15 is allowed to carry. Which that's 4 really illegal things, meaning that this is illegal.
We have time for one more round of subsequent speeches. So, is there anyone who wants to subsequent for remain? Or for pro?
All right, testing. All right, my name is Super Hot Fire. First of all, I'm not your friend, so stop looking at me. Second of all, I'm not a debater, so stop debating at me. All right, subsequent speaker, I am that. All these speakers, I watch that. Microphone, I use that. And right to bear arms, I have that. Alright. I'm about to end all your careers right now. Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow. I use my time to questions. You right there in the blue.
I
are you aware that you're not Eminem?
Wait, who are you? But I'm not a debater. Yeah. What?
What is your point?
I'm not a debater.
There we go.
That ain't me. I yield my time to the chair.
Okay, so I don't really know anything about guns, and it kind of frightens me how much you guys know about guns, but I'm not going to talk about your rights like Kevin thought I would, and I'm not going to rap, but what I am going to do is ask a question to start off with. How many of you would want an assault rifle? How many of you would then use that assault rifle to commit mass murder?
Those are terrible.
So, hopefully the hands that went up were being sarcastic. We can only hope, you know. But someone who is willing to commit mass murder, I think wouldn't mind that there is a ban on getting that assault rifle. If he is willing to break the law of murder, I don't think a little ban on a weapon would stop him or her. Into the air. I mean, a weapon isn't the only way to commit mass murder. And you know, my friend and colleagues, Kevin, his entire argument is based on the fact that we need to stop mass murderers. But the overwhelming majority of you who wanted assault rifles would not commit mass murder. You would use it to hang out with your friends in your backyard and pretend you're in a real-life game of Call of Duty. And that's totally fine. Are you really gonna let people take your right to pretend you're in Call of Duty away from you? I wouldn't. And I don't think you should. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Yeah, Nora.
Yes.
Would you say that in the case of, let's say, in a crowded room, someone with an assault rifle came and started shooting, the way to make everybody safer would be untrained, panicking civilians all having assault rifles? Is that the way to make everybody safer?
Yes.
I believe that assault rifle ban is not the way to deal with it. I think reform. So there would be stricter ways of getting one, and I don't think that people would carry their assault rifles into, say, a movie theater and just open fire. I know this happened recently, but that was illegal, and he had a psychotic break, and if there were stricter rules, perhaps he wouldn't have had it in the first. Yes?
Say somebody actually did end up accidentally shooting their friend in some imaginary Call of Duty game. Then what?
Well, I mean, that could happen with any sort of that could happen with any sort of weapon. I mean, you could accidentally give your friend who's deathly allergic to peanut butter, and then does that mean we just ban peanut butter?
Boom. That's true.
And if you're stupid enough to
Yeah.
you should die. Natural selection, baby.
Well, I'm saying I think that my time is about to run out.
Make a motion to accept. Give a whole
I'm all in favor of gun reform. I think that I mean, I don't know if you've seen the movie Bowling for Columbine, but there was actually a bank somewhere in the South where if you signed up with the bank, you got a rifle. There's some Walmarts where you can buy rifles, and I think that is the problem, because the argument people kill people is legitimate, but it's more insane people kill people. So if there are reforms and stricter ways by which you need to get a rifle, I think that would help the problem more than just banning them.
Speaker's time has elapsed. Okay, we'll now move on to a 3-minute closing speech by the opponents.
Okay, now, points I want to expand on, and like others have brought before me, both Sean Flood and Nick Crossan's brought up that the Aurora shooting in particular was committed with illegal weapons. I also found that in 1994 and 1992, I believe 82% of weapons found involved with crime were found out to be stolen weapons. So although they were acquired legally at some point, a weapon that was used in such as a robbery or a murder might have also been stolen, thus making it also illegal. And that's something you by banning a federal, or by putting a federal ban on assault weapons isn't going to ameliorate at all. You can't, of course we're trying to fix crime, but this Florida legislation isn't going to prevent that. It's going to prevent hard-working, red-blooded Americans from buying their assault weapons. And that's something that we need to avoid. Because the Second Amendment was to make sure that the citizens were able to have their guns to protect them from the government, an invasive government that they were afraid of, a tyrannical government that didn't have any sort of representation in government or the parliament. So this makes sure that we, as ourselves, can protect ourselves from the government. And sure, we can also use self-defense to protect ourselves from each other, like the crazy people, like James Holmes in the Aurora shooting. We can protect ourselves from him. If there were more lax gun laws in Colorado, guaranteed things would have been different. He would have come in and started spraying, and those people, many soldiers who have been in that situation, if they had a weapon on them, which they probably would, then they'd be able to handle the situation, and we would not have those 12 deaths and that 1 3-month-old baby dead. We would not have that happening if more people were responsible, because we already have, I don't believe, nor you brought up you want more stricter gun laws. I don't think we need that. I think we need to just enforce the ones we have, because we already have parameters in place to make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen. But people don't follow the law. Crazy, right? But so long as we can make sure they're better enforced, and that we can make sure that the responsible people are buying guns, sane people are buying guns, and of age people are buying guns, and we can make sure that these tragic incidents, such as Aurora, such as Columbine, never happen again. We need to rely on the provisions we have in place. But I'm not opposed to looking into it and making sure that we get rid of some inefficiencies and making sure that our assault weapons, our shotguns, our handguns, our pistols, our knives, and all the above are available to our general public. With that, I yield the hand to the chair. Thank you.
We'll now hear a 3-minute closing speech from the proponents.
Now, this person over here, she says that the definition of the assault weapons in the assault weapons ban is vague, right? So just because you're ignorant doesn't mean you're right, all right? Just because you're ignorant does not mean you're right. Title 11, Subtitle A of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994 imposed a 10-year ban on the manufacture, transfer, and possession of certain semi-automatic firearms designated as assault weapons. Firearms having features that appear useful in military and criminal applications, but unnecessary in shooting sports or self-defense. Examples include flash titers, folding rifle stocks, or threaded barrels for attaching silencers. Do you understand the definition of semi-assault weapons now?
But he's not a debater.
Now, the second point I would like to touch on. This same debater said slippery slope. This is a slippery slope. That if we ban assault weapons, what prevents the government from banning other things? Guess what? He forgot the third word in the phrase. The real phrase is slippery slope fallacy. Google it. The reverse slippery slope no fallacy. If we allow people to use assault weapons, why don't we let them have bazookas? Why don't we let them have tanks? Why don't we let them have aircraft carriers? Guess what? There's a reason this kind of stuff exists, right? It's to protect lives. It's to protect your life. Now, he said, these people have said to you today that bans don't work. But guess what? We've banned running red lights. Now, some people still run red lights. Some people are still idiots. But that doesn't mean that most people run red lights. By banning red lights, by banning traffic violations, we have seriously cut down on the number of traffic violations in the United States. Now, this is exactly what the federal assault weapons ban would do. By banning assault weapons, we seriously cut down on the number of mass murders that happen. Now, they said, can you name one? Can you name, like, a mass murder that's been committed with a legally purchased assault weapon? And he said no. But guess what? Can you name the 437th digit of pi? But does that mean that that 437th digit doesn't exist? Just because I can't say it doesn't mean that's not true. Just because you haven't done the research doesn't mean it's not true. Now, they've said, and my last point is this, that you need these assault weapons to protect yourself. They've used the Second Amendment. But guess what? Above the Second Amendment, above your Bill of Rights, is your right to life. And what rejecting this resolution would entail rejecting your right to life. Thank you.
Motion to previous question.
Okay, now, everyone, quiet down. Okay, the resolution was that Congress pass a ban on the sale and possession of assault rifles. Now, I would have everyone who is in favor of this resolution stand up.
Sit.
Okay. Everyone who go to throw, sit down. Okay, then everyone who's against this resolution, please stand up.
America! Oh, I don't know. I was top a bit of a yeah, I can see that all the time.
Everyone stand up.
Keep singing, but sit down. Anyone abstaining, please stand up. Okay, everyone sit down. This resolution failed 61 to 50 to 9. Okay, and now just vote for the best speaker and turn it in up here. And everyone who spoke, please come up here and state your name and high school.
My name's Armand Maharaj, and I'm from Orange County School of the Arts.
My
My name is Nick Crossan. I'm from Certified High School.
I'm Sean Flood from San Diego High School.
I'm Young Choi from San Diego High School.
I'm Kevin Pham, aka Super Hot Fire.
The woman for weapons, the girl for guns, Nora Cooper.
Okay, and Anthony McElroy from Santiago High School. And Kevin Good, University High School.
State during Fall State somehow, so great energy. It's been a really incredible convention, and I think I can speak on behalf of my entire cabinet, Tracy, the teacher advisors, that we've witnessed a lot of incredible things happen this weekend. So I hope that when you leave the Irvine Heights this afternoon, that you can feel a sense of accomplishment and being a part of this wonderful experience that's been Fall State Orange County. Now I'll keep it short because I know that you guys are all eager to hear about who won Best Speaker Gavels and such. But before we do that, we do have a special presentation for you all. As our Speaker of the Assembly, Nicole Michelson, announced at opening session, Fall State Orange County, we launched a brand new artivism program, and I'm going to call Nicole up to speak about it and show a video from this weekend's artivism block.
Hello everyone, thank you so much. As you all know, and as Juliana stated, today was our first, actually, yes, today or yesterday, losing track of time already. But we had our first artivism block, and it was wildly successful. So thank you to everyone who participated. And for those who were unable to make it, we put together the footage of everyone who participated and the following is a clip. So thank you to Vinnie Magro, Paul, and everyone who
The Vatican don't prosecute pedophile priests, but I decide I'm not ready for wars and kill other people's babies. So maybe women deserve better than propaganda and lies to get into office. Propaganda and lies to get into panties, to get out of court, to get out of paying child support. Get out of our decisions and give us back our voice. Women do deserve better. Women deserve choice.
Imagine, you're in a white room. Your eyes are flitting from object to object. You nervously crinkle and smooth the paper beneath you. Suddenly, you hear the clicking of heels. You freeze. You see the door handle turn, the door open, and a man walk in. He doesn't sit down. He simply says, "You're pregnant," and leaves the room. You sit, stunned, unsure of what to do. It feels like an eternity passes when the door opens again. A nurse walks in and looks down at you. With disgust in her voice, she asks, "I'm guessing you want to terminate the pregnancy?" Mechanically, unsure of what to do, you nod. The nurse shakes her head sadly and says to make an appointment with the front desk. The days pass by. You're a ghost. Suddenly, it's the day of your appointment. You go into the clinic. You sit in the waiting room, your mind empty. Suddenly, you hear your name. You blink.
The answer is simple. The question is where to draw the line. Nobody is no one but your own. And it's actions you divide. And no one can tell us that we do not have the right to choose. As women we will choose for ourselves. And our voices we will use. And it's my body and it's my choice. And it's your life, and it's your voice.
In light of just having presented that video, I wanted to take the time to award Satya Fuentes as winner of the first Artivism block, and the resolution passed that abortion remain legal. So thank you so much for participating again. You made it absolutely wonderful.
And at this time, we will now be announcing the debate results. So in Block 1, resolved the death penalty be abolished. Results, this resolution fails with a vote of 51 to 58 to 8. Best Speaker, Nora Cooper, University High School. Resolved that the United States should not have left Afghanistan. Results, the resolution passes with a vote of 15 to 8 to 1. Best Speaker, Burba Patel, Valencia High School. Resolved that Congress pass the Buffett rule. Results, this resolution fails with a vote of 0 to 12 to 0. Best Speaker, Kevin Gu, University High School. Block 2, resolved that all national funding for Planned Parenthood be eliminated. Results, this resolution fails with a vote of 45 to 15 to 2. Best Speaker, Simran Chahal. Resolved that the medical marijuana be legalized nationally. Results, this resolution passes with a vote of 102 to 2 to 6. Best Speaker, Anthony McElroy. Resolved that a moratorium be placed on hydraulic fracking across the United States. Results, this resolution passes with a vote of 12 to 1 to 1. Best Speaker, Ethan Rinchick, Dana Hills. Resolved that the two-state solution is the most peaceful solution to the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. This resolution fails with a vote of 15 to 25 to 0. Best Speaker, Colin Duffy, Newport. Block 3, resolved that the United States aid all international uprisings supporting democracy. This resolution fails with a vote of 16 to 10 to 11. Best Speaker, Ian Hewitt, OSHA. Resolved that Congress should repeal the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. Results, the resolution fails with a vote of 72 to 46 to 17. Best Speaker, Kevin Gu, University High School. Block 4, resolved that standardized tests such as the SAT should not have a major impact on college admissions. The resolution fails with a vote of 21 to 31 to 2. Best Speaker, Victor Wright, Survey. Resolved that national security take legal precedence over individual liberties. The resolution fails with a vote of 7 to 5 to 1. Best Speaker, Alexander Badger, OSHA. Resolved that marriage be legally defined as the union between one man and one woman. The resolution fails with a vote of 27 to 80 to 12. Best Speaker, Matthew Cohen, Tarbu Bitoras. Resolved the national debt will be the largest threat to American national security. The resolution fails with a vote of 2 to 10 to 5. Best Speaker, Kevin Gu, University High School. Resolved that Google be prohibited from holding search records for any amount of time. The resolution fails with a vote of 2 to 19 to 2. Best Speaker, Jacqueline Wiper, Rosary High School. Resolved that the Supreme Court justices should have limited terms. The resolution fails with a vote of 6 to 5 to 2. Best Speaker, Matthew Cohen, Tarbu Victoria. Resolved that organizations such as the Boy Scouts should be abolished. This resolution fails with a vote of 32 to 62 to 29. Best Speaker, Ian Hewitt, OSHA. Major news outlets be required to declare their political stance. This resolution fails with a vote of 4 to 12 to 1. Best Speaker, Richard Dunn, Survey. Block 6, resolved that the United States openly condemn China's human rights violation. The resolution fails with a vote of 12 to 32 to 3. Best Speaker, Kevin Gu. Resolved that the distribution of tax dollars should be decided in part by public voting. The resolution fails with a vote of 18 to 23 to 2. Best Speaker, Colin Duffy, Newport Harbor. Resolved that the Catholic Church should not prohibit contraceptives. The resolution fails with a vote of 29 to 36 to 31. Best Speaker, Nora Cooper, University High School. Resolved that capitalism is the best economic policy in theory. This resolution passes with a vote of 21 to 15 to 2. Best Speaker, Julian Mayman, OSHA. Amended to allow foreign-born citizens the right to enter presidential elections. The resolution fails with a vote of 3 to 9 to 17. Best Speaker, Lauren Lee, Orange. to support political campaigns of any sort. The resolution passes with a vote of 37 to 13 to 2. Best Speaker Matthew Cohen, Tarbu Vitora. Resolved that Congress pass a ban on the sale and possession of assault rifles. The resolution fails with a vote of 50 to 61 to 9. Best Speaker Kevin Liu, University High School. Electronic voting. The resolution passes with a vote of 27 to 16 to 3. Governor's Award, Colin Duffy, Newport Harbor. Block 2. Resolve genetically modified foodstuff should be banned from human consumption. The resolution fails with a vote of 8 to 19 to 0. Governor's Award goes to Cheyenne Payne Promotion. Disobedience in a democratic nation is morally permissible. The resolution passes with a vote of 53 to 16 to 9. Governor's Award was a three-way tie between Lauren Lee from Oak Lou and Richard Dunn from Servite High School. That is all for debate. Thank you, everyone. Alright, so we're almost done with our Fall State Orange County 2012 conference, and I just want to let you all know that the amazing energy and all the exciting debates and activities we had today don't have to stop when you leave this hotel. I strongly encourage you all to get as involved with your respective chapters on your high school campuses throughout Southern California, in addition to attending Winter Congress, which will happen in February. Winter Congress is one of our most exciting conventions because it allows you to take charge and create the convention that you want to see. You can be involved by being a part of a party, by writing bills, writing legislation that will actually get in the hands of real politicians so the junior state of America can make a change in American politics. So with that, I cannot wait to see every single one of you at Winter Congress, our next convention, and gavel grant. Are there any motions on the floor?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I get any seconds on motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Convention adjourned. I'm sorry, boys.